Okay, welcome. I hope you're all doing good. It's Friday, and that means stream time. Welcome. Let's do that. Oh damn, it's still bright in here. Well, it'll get darker in just a bit. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Damn, my nose is running. My bad. What are we gonna make today? I don't really know. I have a blank project, so I just want to do some sound design first and see where we end up. Might as well just ask you guys for a key. Why not? Let's do. Give me a key, and we'll see what happens. One moment. There we go. F. F. Is that what we're gonna do? Or are there other suggestions? F is kind of something that I've already done so many times, but we could do it. Let me search for F minor. See what we get. Grab a... Oh. E sharp minor. That's already a little bit more like what I'm probably feeling like. Let me grab this. Let's go here, here, and let me go. So, oh. F minor, also. Maybe I'll feel D sharp minor actually. It could work. Just pitch this one down 2 semitones. Sure. Let's do D sharp minor. We can always move it around, but we just need something to start with. So let's do that. Let's add a little bit more reverb to it, because it might end a bit weird. Let's just do... By the way, is it warped? Yes. Let's just do that. And then we'll add some reverb to it. Let's do Valhalla. This one. Broadcast lagging? Nope, no? Okay, good. Just refresh maybe. Maybe that'll fix it. Let's go to now. Grab bigger. Let's grab ourselves maybe some kind of a res for now. Something like that. That. This. So if we're in D sharp minor, oh, let me just change this up here. D sharp minor before we have all these clips with. I'm finally getting used to it, but it's a bit annoying still. Like these things here, the skill features at the top, you can't really see it, but you know what I mean, right? The skill thing here at the top. What I find annoying is that sometimes I'm just like working on something and I haven't really set this, right? And then I have like a ton of different MIDI clips in a project file, and then I'm like, oh, let me just put the skill in the correct place, and then I have all these MIDI clips, and then I need to do it for all of them, because otherwise if you then click on one of them, then the key in here is different, and then it automatically changes this one as well, and I'm like, what? But now I'm finally getting used to it a bit, so it's getting better. What is that Ableton theme? One that I'm still working on. And when it's done, it should be on my Patreon. But right now, I'm still working on it. There's still a couple of things that are weird. Forgot what it was, but there were still a couple of things. I think the background color of these things here at the top is different from what I want it to be, but and then there's a couple of other things with some of the effects still, which are quite hard to see. So I need to figure out how that, well, which things in the theme correspond to those colors, which is a bit of a pain, honestly, because for Live 12, well, maybe there is now, but for Live 12 they updated the theme file, and they added a bunch of options, and they also changed some things around. So the guides that were available for creating themes for Ableton, which had all the color code or all the names of all the things, and then well, basically it was just a PDF file which had like an index of all the different things that were in the theme file, and then corresponding images with where it would highlight the part which that would correspond to, so you could really easily sort of like figure out what everything was and just set up all the things. But now there's a whole bunch of things that are different and that are missing in that guide, so it's a bit of a pain now to make a theme, because you have to basically just do it by trial and error and just figure out like, okay, I need to change this thing here at the top. What is that in the theme file? Some things still correspond to the guide that I have, but other things are just not corresponding to it. So yeah, it takes a bit longer. And I'm also not entirely sure yet what the accent color will be. Right now I've done an orange color, but maybe it'll be something else. I'm not entirely sure yet. Maybe I'll make a couple of different ones with different accent colors, but that would also take quite a bit of time, so I'll see what I'll do. We could start there, but we could also maybe this may be cool. That. Up a bit. Let's see if we can find, let's see. What if we just do that? No, not that. What if we do this? What do we get? A whole lot of samples. What is this? Let's think. Probably gonna come in later, by the way, but we'll just start like this for now. Let's just find a riser real quick. Something that we can use for a riser. Let me grab... Which synth should we grab? I mean, it doesn't really matter. We can use a sample as well. See if we can find like a riser sample or something that we can chuck in here so we can kind of get a bit of a rising feel. What are these? And that kind of probably does it. Let's just grab something like that. Chuck that in. And see if I have some more samples that I can use. Maybe from my own things that I made. Where... let's see. That's just a lot of weird stuff. Atmospheres. Oh, maybe something in here can also work to add some extra stuff to this section. I also had some other things, but let's see where those are. Be named something with industrial, if I remember correctly. Oh, probably here. Yeah. Grab one of those. Probably gonna be loud. I mean, bring it down a lot more. It's not that bad. Okay, we need some kind of a thing on top here. Wait, maybe I can find something in here, maybe? This. Yeah, like just something on top that we can use. We can probably mangle that up. See if we can find something cool. It actually works. Okay. Sure. Kinda works. Let's automate this res a little bit. Up and then down. And then probably also a high pass or something. And then now let's also maybe a little bit later. Weird sound. Maybe we'll add some what was it called again, infiltrated to it. See if we can find something with that. But for now, I just want to keep moving, and then I want to sort of like move towards here. What are you all talking about? I just look at the chat and I just see a lot of talk about festivals. Ah, okay. I mean, it is festival season, so makes sense. I need to grab a new one. But maybe we can have this come in earlier. Let's just have it all the way through for now. We can always we don't need to make a full intro. My bad. I'm triggering the sidechain. Okay. Let me do this. That'll be our kick. And then snare, let's just do that and then that. Sorry, not that. Come on. It's down. And then hats, probably just, I don't know, that. And then let's find some stuff. Let's see, let's start with the hat, maybe. Let's just grab drum rack. Oh, drum rack. Grab a whole bunch and just fill that whole rack up for now. And we have plenty of stuff to work with. There we go. That. That'll be a good one for now. And then we need kind of a kick. Got kind of dirty. sure if it's in a key. Oh yeah, we probably should also do some high pass to this res, and maybe some reverb on it as well to kind of wash it out towards the end, so that we get a bit more of a transition. Let's grab. The last section, we'll just automate this up. Okay, and already works. Do a bit of reverb maybe. Maybe actually I like it without just a high pass. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's give this a little bit more attack. And then let's do this. Add a bit of glide. And maybe. Oh yeah, we need a snare. If we're in, pitch this one up a little maybe. Really high snare. Let's go maybe for something else. Make that work. Bit low. Already. Oh wait. Let's try that one. Maybe. This. Why does any of your kicks sound better than the one I've been spinning? I mean, that's just sound selection, I guess. I just picked a random one. Let's just do that. Okay, so we are in there. I think I'm just gonna make a snare because it gives us a little bit more freedom. Just turn that off for now. Oh. That. And we want that on here as well. So that does the little click at the start. And then it kind of, see, here we have, I could have drawn it here, but it's a bit annoying, as you can see. I could have done that, but just annoying. So why don't we just stack two? We can shape the first part as well, different from the other section. Kind of works. We do that, then this needs to be shorter. That's kind of nice. And then maybe this can be a bit lower. Maybe like that. You can also, if you want, like, don't want to tweak this every time, you could also just set this to be a bit higher. Like maybe a bit too much, and then just set a macro to that. And then we can dial it in here. That's like a different way of doing that, but is it possible to make a normal snare without using an acoustic snare layering to it? Yeah, sure. You can. It's just gonna take a bit more time. But yeah, you can. Totally. Like for instance, if you want resonance, like you can create resonance in a synth as well. There's various ways of doing that, but I guess that'll be good for the base layer of our snare, and then we can layer stuff on it. It's kind of like, well, not the transient, but let's just call it serum snare, so that we know that that is that. It could also sometimes help to add a bit of more of a, so like a rounded square. Gives it a bit more of a woody kind of tone, but on these really high kind of ones, it's kind of subtle. Usually you hear that better when it's a bit lower. So you get more of that. Maybe this one is not even the best one, because we might want to go a bit more. Is it rounded square? You get those upper harmonics, but like with such a higher one, it's not really that noticeable. You still hear some, but it's fine with a sine wave, I think. And the kick absolutely sucks, to be honest. Now let's also go in here, because it's a bit long. Better. And we don't really need the soft clip at the moment, because if I want to layer stuff on it, then it's probably better to leave the soft clip off and just do the soft clipping at the end. Just boost the gain a bit. I mean, we might as well just make a kick then as well. That. We make a little bit of a longer one this time. Let's do +3 and then -2, -3. Yeah. There. Make you a lot quicker. Somewhere around there, and then we'll probably need another one to make the first part a bit, well, a bit more punchy. That we'll add it to the master tuning. That actually already sounds pretty cool. Now, with kicks it can be fun to have some extra harmonics. Let me just delete these. So we've got a sine wave, but it can be fun to add some extra weird harmonics, like maybe a bit of that one, just a tiny bit. And then maybe some other one here. A little bit as well. Maybe mess with the phase. Set it to 50 maybe. So you get a bit more of that tone. So now, if we have these two, right? We can do normalize each so that they're both at their maximum loudness. And then we can just morph this. And now we basically have a bit of a wavetable to morph from those little extra harmonics, or from the sine wave to like those extra harmonics. So we can just add that in. We can just maybe say, create another envelope where it maybe starts like that. So the first part is just a sine wave, and then it goes up, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe it goes back down, maybe not. We'll see. Just put that on here. Let's maybe. So it's very subtle, but I'm looking at the top here, and I can kind of see it in the spectrogram. Let me do that. So if you look in the spectrogram here, you can kind of see the harmonic coming in. It's very subtle, but let me slow it down a bit. So you can see that extra harmonic coming in on top of the kick. And then by playing with this, you can change where it sits. Maybe you want to have a bit of that dirty thing there and then go straight back to a sine wave. Why not? Kind of works. Maybe a bit less. Sure. Bypass this. Up here. Don't really need everything down there. Let's see. Let's listen to. Add you to the drums. Less. Yeah, I also usually only use my headphones during the stream, but Shut the fuck up. These kids outside sometimes. Not even that bad now, but sometimes, oh my god. You damn kids! The nimble navigator is back. Let's grab some other reverb on here. Wait, I can copy this one. Kind of need a vocal. At least just a placeholder one. We're gonna grab one of these probably, because these are just ones that I marked, so they are probably somewhat decent.
Under the moonlit sky with shelter. Oh, I can't seem to let you know.
Oh my god, I'm already hating.
The truth is,
Can we just get something to just fill it up a bit?
and you'll never be the same. Remember the way that we should find. Clock is when we were calling. So easy to give it all up. Calling. So easy to give it all up when it gets a little tough. And you'll never. I'm broken down. The truth is, you built up a wall.
Okay, none of these I like, so forget that. I'm not gonna bore you with that. Let's move to here. And let's think what we are gonna do after this. If only I could do female vocals myself, that would be such a helpful thing. What are we gonna do for drop? Are we gonna do something rhythmic? Those are a bit simple. So some FM. Let's try some. Let's off. Not sure if we need an extra fill. I'm usually not a fan of this one, to be honest, but maybe I'll do use the Ableton one. Oh, chat's still on the wrong side of the screen. My bad. You could do your own vocal, then get AI to make it a female vocal. I know. I know, but I'm not comfortable enough to sing on stream myself. Let's just keep it at that. I think plenty of people here would understand that if I say that. Did you ever make dance floor drum and bass on stream? No, because it's one of the least favorite types of drum and bass to me. The only one being worse for me is jump up, but dance floor drum and bass is another one that I don't really give much about. So I'm sorry, just not really the type of stuff that I like. This one sounds weird as fuck, but let's just start processing it, see if we can make it cool. Let's start with a vocoder. Wait, let's try Corpus. Corpus might be cool. Yeah, I know. Let's do MIDI from here. Damn. Let's put that up. Huh. Why doesn't shift up work here to go up an octave? Go up more. Weird as fuck. Really weird overtones. Try some other ones. That one sounds kind of similar, honestly. Pipe. So weird. What? Liquid is fine. Fuck it. Add a vocoder after it. Now we don't hear it anymore. Fuck. This one is a bit weird. This one is not really doing much for me. Ooh. Ooh, that's actually pretty dirty. Is it now also making the sub lower or not? Kinda still looks like it's around D sharp. kind of makes it lower, but in a good way. Like... See, it brings it down a bit, which is kind of nice. Let me do... So we have a bit more light now. Spectral Resonator, that's also a nice one, yeah, that we can try. That one is also interesting. But I like that one a lot. If we, maybe we'll try something out. So, it should be grabbing the MIDI, right? Yeah. Okay. Weird. We need something to affect, let's see, modulators. What if I grab an envelope? Probably pretty short. And then let's grab utility maybe. Put here. And then we're gonna set this unipolar. And we'll do 0 to 50. Map that to here. What? I mean, sure. Add another roar. Weird as fuck sound now. But it kind of works. What should we add to this? It's different layers, so we can kind of start adding stuff to it without it affecting the main bass. So what could be cool? Ooh, what if we do granular? Chuck that in front of in between the two distortions. Sure. And we'll do plus 12 maybe. Then what if we group that so that we can have a dry chain and the granular chain? And then are we gonna unsync that maybe, or should we do... It got really weird in terms of the stereo width, but... it's kind of weird. What if we do unsynced? Not really liking that. But I do think we can do something with a delay. What if we grab... Instead of doing grain delay, what if we grab... maybe kilohertz pitch shifter? And we go up an octave. Sounds weird, but that's fine. And then we add delay to that at 100%. No feedback. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. We are processing it parallel. It definitely needs more crunch, but we can add that in just a bit. I'm just looking for some weird tone. I kind of like this one. Without the main one. What if we just use the delay to kind of offset it a bit? Let's try and make that crunchy as fuck. Let's do... maybe use the noise. Oh wait, no, I have a better idea. What? Let's take roar off for now. Okay. We're probably gonna have to resample this layer, honestly, but we're gonna get. Let's use the dynamic tube, and let's. Wait, didn't this have a sidechain input? I thought this had a sidechain input, but apparently not. Wait, huh? Wasn't there a sidechain input on that? Let's grab... How am I gonna do this? Let's see, I wanna do... What can we use? I wanna kind of distort it to the main bass, but not without distorting the main bass, if you get what I mean. So I kind of need some distortion on this bend to sort of like a sidechain distortion against the dry bend, if you get what I mean. How could we do that? Maybe we can use ring mod. Why? Okay. Maybe we can use this one. If we then set this to input 3.4, and then we can use main bass, and then let me just call this dry. Pretty solid. I do think it works. Let's add maybe... Where are you, erosion? We do want to have a bit of noise. Wait, maybe we should add that in front of here, so that that also runs through it. I'm now starting to get annoyed by the delay. Ring one is a bit weird. Yeah, ring mode is a bit weird, so let's get rid of that. We have such a weird sound. Is the envelope MIDI to Ableton 12 exclusive? I don't think so. But you can always get it from the Max5 database website. Because I think there's probably ones on there as well. I actually have a different one that I didn't use for some reason, which is called Envelope MIDI Plus, which gives you the ability to right-click on these values and automate them, which is kind of nice, and those can be grabbed from the Max5 database. I have not tried Bitwig yet. Angelite did give me a license, so I will at some point. But at the moment, I'm just too busy working on music and stuff like that. And after that, we'll probably give it a shot. But if I give it a shot, you know, I want to do it like really do a fun stream with it. Really reminds me of Felix's sound design. You mean Caracol Project? I could see, yeah, he has some weird fucking sound design, man. I've been sub to his Patreon for a while, but just seeing the sheer size of the processing chains that he uses is just, well, really opened my eyes to just being like, sometimes you just need to throw shit at the wall, you know, and keep tweaking things until it starts to come together. And you know, like, I think we had that in one of the previous streams where I had a processing chain, and there were like 4 EQs in a row, and I was like, you know, whatever, it is what it is, you know. There's probably were effects in between that I removed at some point, and maybe there already was an EQ, and I thought, I want to add more. And instead of just tweaking the one that you have, just add a second EQ, right? And stuff like that. And I really saw stuff in his projects as well like that, where he just didn't give a shit, right? And that sometimes is good to tell yourself as well. Sometimes you just need to remind yourself. Sometimes you just don't need to give a shit, you know? But like, yeah, his processing chains are really long most of the time. I can only imagine the CPU on his PC, you know, the individual threads just being like, yo, could you at least please split these things up? Process until your PC breaks, then flatten it and do more. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been making a lot of sounds over the last year and just have like a whole folder as well with like weird stuff, and there's weird shit in there. Loads of weird things of like sound design sessions, and that's always good to do as well. Let me get a new drink. Yeah, that's a weird transition. What happens if we also start messing with this? So if we like, we do that, what happens then? Yeah, okay. We can get pretty crazy with that. It'll be fun. Right now it sounds still a bit weird, but we just need a lot of fucking tweaking. Let's call this spectral resonator chords. Let's put these. And the other thing is that spectral resonator thing, it's different every time. It's not going to be consistent. That's just the way how the spectral resonator works. It basically just adds, well, at this mode at least, it basically just adds random harmonics based upon what you feed into it. So it's not really consistent. It's just picking random harmonics on that granular mode. So we definitely need to resample this at some point. It's good when you throw 100 plugins at it, flatten it, repeat, and someone asks, how did you make it? Yeah. Yeah. Like when you start getting deeper into production, I remember this so well. When you know, like, do you guys remember back in the day, we had the well, Skrillex released his Scary Monsters Nice Sprites EP, right? And everybody went apeshit. And to this day, there are, I'm not kidding, to this day, there is a community of people that are still trying to remake the growl basses and all the basses from that EP. And it's literally a community of people just breaking their minds over, like, how the fuck did he do it? Because remember, Skrillex's, what was it, his laptop or his hard drive got stolen or something, and he basically lost access to all the things. And the better I get at producing, the more I understand the phrase where he went like, I don't even know how to remake those, right? And at first I was like, why not? You made them, right? But as I got better with producing, I really started to understand, like, oh yeah, I totally get why. He just probably was just doing random shit as well until it worked. But yeah, no, like there's a, I forgot where it is. I think it's a Discord community. Or maybe it's on Reddit, I forgot, but there's a whole community of people that are just still sort of like reverse engineering and trying to remake them with the tools that were out back then, and like it's a whole community of people as well. It's actually pretty funny to see that so many years later people are still trying to do that, even though there's actually been people on YouTube that have gotten pretty damn close. But they're still not, you know, they're still not satisfied. They're like, nope, it's not the same. I think their goal is to actually make like one-on-one recreations of it or something. Opening all projects can be a wild ride, yeah, totally. Yeah, Adukan, there's been other people on YouTube as well that gotten really close to remaking those tracks. But it was just an example, you know. It's like when I was younger, and I remember being really into that EP, and then when the whole thing with the tracks or the hard drive being stolen or the laptop, whatever it was, and I still remember being bummed out as a well, not too old person, right? And just being like, oh man, that sucks. You could just remake them, right? And now I'm like, no, you can't. Can I ask if you go back to old projects and export things for your own library? Yes, all the time. All the time. Especially things like drums and stuff like that. Or just, you know, projects that you've done but never really ended up liking, and, you know, just ended up being whatever, you know, a throwaway project. Just bounce the individual layers to stems, you know, and the especially if you have like some cool, like maybe some sound like this, for instance. Let's say this was just made with like a synth or whatever. I think it's a vocal, but yeah. Let's say you just made that from a vocal, and other than that, there's nothing cool in that. I would bounce that to audio and just keep that in a folder. And just organize that by year and date or something like that, and then just, you know, like I have a whole folder as well with all kinds of stuff, all kinds of weird things that I made. These weird resampling sessions, Russian sounds. So like I've got loads of that in a folder. So yeah, it's always good to do. Like that, you know, it just helps to over time build a library of your own sounds, and that will kind of help shape your sound. It's probably the best way to develop a sound, honestly. To just make sounds, and not just samples, you know, but also like presets, and just organize those into your own folder structure so that you have a folder structure to go back to, of things that you made yourself or that you processed from other things that you like, you know. That's just basically all you want to do. And then over time, that will kind of start forming, I guess, your sound. And that's something everybody looks for, right? Time stretching weird sounds can produce nice things. Yeah, too. That can definitely work too. But when you're making presets and like when you're just sound designing and when you hear something cool, just save it, you know? Even if it's not like a full preset with all the macros set up and everything, just save it. You never know when it's gonna be useful. Like, for instance, I've released this pack on Patreon now, but like the things that I release on Patreon as well are a lot of those things that I made myself that I will organize in a folder structure. So if you want to have those same things, you can just go to my Patreon, which, if I have done everything right, this should now work again. Does it? Let's check if it works. Yeah, it works again. Hey, so just check out my Patreon if you want to have access to all the samples that I put on there. But still, I put a lot of stuff on there with like drum and bass oriented stuff. And the last pack that I dropped was all these kind of fakery kind of bits. Maybe add one in here. Find a cool one. Could be cool. Just something to kind of give it a bit of extra movement, or extra, I guess, extra percussion in here. And then we'll just add a bit of filtering to it. Start with maybe a bit of low pass. That will up. Weird sound, but it kind of works. Here. Maybe go there. No. There. Weird as fuck. It's gonna make them out of tune, so that's not gonna work. Oh yeah, we had the reverb. That's what was hoping to give a bit of till. This one. What if we add? Don't hear much of it. No clue what a drop is, and I mean, a drop could be anything. Theoretically. What could we do? Because it's kind of cool, but needs something more. Bit much reverb, bit too long. Needs to be quite short. So I wished that increasing the decay here would actually give us longer bits of that sound, but it doesn't, because we're using the granular mode. So what it's doing is when I up this decay time, it basically just creates more of those random little blips, whereas what would be really cool is if it would sort of like change the length of those blips, if you get what I mean. But it's not really doing that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about, Eris. I would have loved it if this granular thing, like if this decay would be controlling the length of those little blips, but it's not. We do have this mod rate, which kind of, if we turn this down, we get less of those things, so... See? Almost get nothing now. Oh wait, it does. Okay. Okay. The hell? So I guess, what happens if we run a single note into it with that granular mode? Is it then, it's still gonna jump around in octaves as well, because it's picking random harmonics, right? Yeah. Now you can limit this, but... that's not really doing what I want, so... happens if we... One moment. Let's add a little bit more distortion at the end there, so we can hear what that is gonna do. Automating the patch in Serum could be cool too. True. Maybe ARP unsync and automate the ARP decay. We're not really using an ARP. Would the new auto shift do anything cool? No idea, because I'm not on the new update. I'm not on the beta. Is this MIDI or LFO? We're using the spectral resonator, running and we're running this into it. You turn the other notes back on. And it's getting quite messy at the moment, but let's see if we can dial this in, get something cool. Because the thing that we had earlier was really cool. Which basically had the mod rate at 10. And then with less reverb. Maybe we'll bring this down. Bring that up and then use this high frequency dampening. I just like some of the weird sort of like things that happen with this short decay time. Kind of get like all these weird but it's also still really, well, it's really hard to control. Oh, wait. Because the pattern is 2 bars long. do that. Yeah, I wish there was a way that an easy way to control that device. Does this allow you to make little tone ladders and stuff, or does the FX chain mask that? What do you mean? What do you mean? What this does, it's basically just a resonator. So it's just a resonator, and it has a polyphonic MIDI input. So we're feeding a chord into it, and then normally it will sound like this. Right? That's just the chord, but because we have all this crazy fucking distortion on it, it sounds weird as fuck. See? So it just adds a chord, and then on this granular mode, it kind of just picks random harmonics and plays those one by one instead of playing the entire chord. But it picks them at random, so there's no like control over it. There's no like way to re-trigger it or anything like that. It just picks random harmonics. And then depending on what we select here, it can go higher as well. You get more high end. And then we're processing the fuck out of it, but that makes it sound like that. But like there's no way to control which harmonics it picks. So I mean, like if you just add some higher things, I don't know, it just picks higher harmonics, I guess. Like if you just grab not even. You like hear no difference. It's more the chain now that creates everything. I mean, it's not really like the fact that this re-triggers is not really important, because it just picks random harmonics based upon what is playing anyway. So, like, it wouldn't really matter where you change the chords, too much. Honestly, like if we change it right on here, or if we change it halfway through the beat, it doesn't really change it too much because the harmonics are random already. But see if we can get some some nice stuff happening on it, but... Such a weird sound. So hard to hear what everything is doing now. Like, not really hearing much of a change when we change any of these values, because everything is now so subtle. Like, normally this comb filter with 100% resonance, you would hear quite a bit of stuff happening, but... don't hear much. It's so funny. Let's see. Okay, let's could that one, I guess. You hear some cool stuff happening every now and then, so... Okay. Now we have all of that. A lot of weird random shit. And if we just chuck this vocoder on here, then we should be able to play this now. Same thing. We is off. Yeah. So now we basically have all those little pieces. And then I guess it would be a matter of finding some cool parts. There's some weird stereo in this as well. Look at it. They're completely different on the left and right channel. Might not be that mono compatible. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh. I need to piss as well, by the way, so, I'll just duplicate this for a few times. Do that. That. Do... that, maybe? I'll just do... add you back here. There we go. Okay, I'll be back in just a little bit. I need to go take a piss. Quick. I join and immediately piss. I'm sorry, Bacon. Also, hello, Bacon. Everybody say hello, Bacon. I'll be back in just a little bit. One moment. I need to empty my bladder. Give me a minute. One moment, I'm just quickly checking on my speakers. I also noticed that I added the gap in the wrong place. It's not in the right spot. Needs to be right here. My bad. But let me quickly listen on my speakers real quick. Okay. Don't like this one either. Let me check. Oh yeah, we had that as well. Much. I mean, the pattern kind of works. Just leave that. That kind of works. I'm kind of tempted to go back to there for a bit. That. Utility. Like, it might be better to resample it without the utility, because then we have more things. Try to open our... There's no easy way to control this thing. Sorry. It's not an arpeggiator. It's just a fucking messed up fucking thing that you have no control over. So all of those suggestions are basically impossible to achieve. So sorry. Otherwise I would have already done it. Group this. I'm gonna see if that actually changes the upper thing as well. Might. And this just sounds so fucking messy, but we're gonna have to control it at some point. Like, but I do kind of hear some cool things in it, so that's all that matters. Doesn't matter that's not consistent yet. We can fix that later. Cool. Now, another thing we could do is we can also just replace this entire thing, this spectral resonator. We can also just replace that with a synth. I was just thinking when I was taking a piss. If I just replace that with a synth, then I can basically create my own little blips and things and actually have control over them. Then throw this processing chain on it, and we should get a similar thing. So that's probably a better thing to do, because then we get full control over what this does, because we're not using this, if you get what I mean. And it might be a little bit better. But I kind of want to make this thing sound a little bit better first, because let me, like, if I just listen to it without the extra layer. Let me turn the sidechain off real quick. It's all right, but it needs a little bit more grit, like a bit of noise or something. What if we just add some noise in here? Grab this one maybe, and then do bright white maybe, so that it doesn't have too much. Oh, I can also use one of my own, which are already a bit more high-passed. Although there are also stereo, so might be not what we want, but just give it a shot. Try maybe one of these ones. Yeah, see? It just adds a little bit of an extra bit of noise. It actually sounds nice. See, this is without. that's width. And then because this is also on it, maybe increase that a bit. Let's see if that works. A bit bigger. It's also way too quiet compared to the drums, but if I like an extra low pass. I think it's, but maybe mess with a different thing. The reverb one is kind of interesting, but also kind of that for some reason kind of sounds cool. It just makes it a lot louder. Also, the sub looks absolutely fucked on this sound. Is that because of the reverb filter? Probably is. Yeah, reverb filter really messes the sub up, but I mean, it's alright. Let's see if we have, maybe flanger could also be cool. That's kind of interesting, that last part, but it's not really the tone that I'm looking for. I want it to be a bit more, I don't know how to describe it, but see if we can find it. Maybe just a notch or maybe phaser, that could also work. What if we add you in front of the distortion? Just sounds weird, honestly. Okay, let's not do that then. Let's keep it at this. Oh yeah, we have this here. If we take this out, that does clean up the sub. Huh. Okay. I mean, that kind of takes the little bit of rumble away that comes up underneath the sub. Kind of works. Also mess with this. Okay, that takes the sub out. Okay, let's see. What if we... that, and if we grab this... put that all here. Let's just use, which synth should we grab? Let's just do Serum. Right, so if I now put in little pieces everywhere where I want something to happen, we should be able to get some weird shit. So let's see. Damn. So we get all kinds of weird shit, and then if we play around with this, and then I guess make it, yeah, we can do all kinds of shit, but it's gonna be a lot of fucking work. Can we do that in a more easy way? Let's see. What if we just... see if we can figure out an easier way to create weird shit. Actually sounds kind of interesting. that's kind of cool. So we kind of want to, I guess, take out certain ones. Could probably do. Thinking if we have some other thing that I could use. I can also try this thing. But by the way, let me do this. Holy shit. We haven't saved the entire stream. It's kind of more like we're kind of doing drop design, right? So let's save it in here. Let's that. We'll call this one 15. What is the date? 7/26. Probably a good idea to save. So instead of that one, what if we, instead of the arpeggiator, what if we grab something else? Let's go max for live sequencers. Let's try this one. And then in here we can select a scale actually, so we can do minor, and then D sharp, and then in the note section, let's click that. Wait, we're not in the note section. Now we are. And click that, and it picks random notes from the scale. So now if I play this, we got mad shit. Let's do. Oh yeah, we need to set that for all the things. So let's do. What do we do for speed? 8 maybe. We do 16. We'll leave that. Such a go-to device. Wait, are we in the right scale? Why is it picking D? What? Why are you picking D? We're in D sharp minor. Why are you picking D? I mean, it's also picking A sharp and F sharp, but also F. What? Is that skill feature actually working properly, or do we need to turn it on or something? Because these are not just all the right notes. Oh? So if I do, is there a harmonic minor? Yeah, it's a harmonic minor as well. It's almost like it combines regular minor and harmonic minor for some reason. If we now randomize this, yeah, see, it keeps picking D as well for some weird reason. What? I don't think this actually works properly. User. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Ah, so if I do that, nice. So we can do that, and then should we do that? See, it's just fucking off. It picks E and A. Or does it... Yeah, see, it keeps picking D as well. Maybe it's just picking random notes and then applying a skill device after that. So it's just bringing those back into what notes it should be. Maybe that's what it's doing. This device is really cool to find like interesting rhythms, because like I actually like this pattern, but nice, because you can just randomize this and you get all kinds of... And you have these modes as well, which are all basically the ways how it moves through these things. So you can say like, I don't know. You get all these different variations. So to check if it's actually in skill, if we put a skill device after this now, and we basically pull it into the skill it needs to be, we can basically check if it's the same or not. Yeah, it's just the same. So don't mind the notes that you see here. It's just applying a skill device after this thing, probably. There's probably just a skill device at the end of this thing. Inside of the Max for Life device, there's just a skill feature that just brings them into whatever skill you select here. Because these notes are just completely random. Like, I'm seeing D, C, which is also not in D sharp minor. F is. But like, there's a bunch of notes in here that are not in the right skill. But it sounds the same, so... But this is a really cool device. Let me duplicate it again, because I actually like these both now. Because I want to show some more things that you can do. So let's say you grab... Let's go to the modulators. And let's grab... What should we do? Grab an LFO. Not that one. LFO MIDI. Drop that in front of here. So we can set this to random. Yeah. So if I set that to random, and then sync that, maybe every bar or every half a bar. And then I can map this to this randomizer, or to this random thing here, for instance. And now it clicks through these shapes. So now we get a random, well, I think it's connected to this one now. Yeah, so we need to connect it to a different one. Let's connect it to the notes. So now we should get different sort of like patterns every time. So it's less consistent now, but you get more variation. So we can use that if we want to resample it. You can just map like an LFO to here, and do that for like the gate as well, maybe if you have like a second LFO, and then just do that to this one. And now it basically starts moving both of these in random ways. And then you can change when you want that to change. So let's do every bar. So every bar is sort of like a new pattern. So you get all kinds of weird things. And you can do more even with that, because we can also say, if we duplicate this again, and if we set this to square, and then we can do, for instance, 4. And let me just get rid of these two. So we're back at what we had. Whatever, let's move this maybe, get some other notes. Sure. Now, if I add this one, this mapping, to the random button here, it will randomize the notes every 4 bars, I guess. Or every 4 beats. Or 8. Yeah, 8. So for like resampling, if you don't really know what you want, you can do stuff like this and it will keep updating. And you can do that here as well, for instance. We can go in here and map it to this one as well. Why is that not up? Okay, maybe change the speed. So it's on 8 notes. That's not really important because they're all 64 anyway, but... This one you can just download on the Max for Life database website. What is it? The Max for Life device library or something like that. It's one of the most downloaded devices. It's if you sort it on most downloaded, it should probably be there in the first page. Especially if you go to the sequencers first and then you sort on most downloaded. It's like one of the most downloaded ones. But I can grab a link. Max for Life. There you go. Version 3.2. Yeah. Yeah, still. I'll drop it in the chat real quick. There you go. It's like a really nice device for like just messing with patterns. Like, it's just a great way to generate stuff, you know? because it basically just generates notes. You don't have to have notes in here. Like these notes that are here, we can just turn it off. It doesn't matter. It's not really using the notes at all. See? It basically just creates notes by itself, depending on what you tell it to do here. So. But because this is now like this, we can see, so now we can finally do the thing that I wanted to do earlier, but we can actually do it. So let's see, it might be good to swap that out for an envelope. What if we just do envelope? I mean, we already have an envelope, so we just do right, so it's creating pretty short notes, I believe. Another thing we can do to make the notes it creates a little bit longer is we could grab a note length device, drop that after here, and just increase the length of the notes. So I don't think I'm gonna use this envelope. I'm just gonna leave that at 100 and use something on the volume here because that's a bit easier. But we do need a long release time so that when those notes, because well, maybe it will work if we do this. Yeah, this just needs to be longer, so let's slow it down. Bring this back. That's good. Then we drop this on here. Yeah, probably not this much. Bring it. No, not that. Need to change this. Okay. Right, so what if we add you on here as well? The bass is so fucked. Let me just tell you that. It's also because there's just a lot of low end coming from this layer. Let's high pass it. Let's take an EQ. Let's high pass this one. Don't need much below here. I guess we could also take this off. Probably even cleaner if we do that. But basically, if you look at the top, like without the high pass, look at all the stuff it creates below the fundamental. You get like all kinds of weird shit. So basically just taking everything above here. That's a lot better. Sub is still, there's a lot of weird shit happening in the sub. Weird thing is this actually cleans it up. At least a bit. See? If I take that down, it becomes a bit cleaner. Anyways, what do we like more? I mean, we can keep coming up with different patterns here. Can we record it though? That's what I wonder. Can we record the output of MDD Snake? That would be sick, because then every time I hear something cool, I just record it. Let's check. If we do a MIDI track here, and we say the input we want our track 18. Or post effects. Why can I not select? Maybe we need to group it, but doesn't matter. If we do post effects, it should capture all the MIDI coming out of here, and then time that. If I now do this, yeah. See, so it records the notes. So when you hear something cool, you just record the notes, and then you can tweak the device again and not lose what you had. Millimeters isn't accurate. No, it's not super accurate, but it's still accurate enough. Like when you see those little things happening below the sub, that does mean that there is something happening there that's not clean. But I would agree, it's better to rely on a better analyzer. But I would probably assume if we open up a span or something that we're gonna see quite a bit of stuff happening there as well. See, there's some, and right now we have the vocoder up, of course. But it's happening so quick as well. It's really not that visible. But you can see that thing coming up here. Bloop, 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 bloop. What about visions? It's probably gonna be very messy in the low end on this one. I mean, you can kind of see what's happening, right? You've got this little thing coming in here that's creating that mud, but it's fine, honestly. Not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Anyways. Oh yeah, now this is also creating stuff down here. We might want to automate that to turn on here. I need to piss again. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a piss and piss time. Just put more stuff down there until it cancels out. I mean, yeah, you can always clean it up later. You know, it's not that big of a deal. And sometimes that little bit of extra dirt can actually make it sound bigger, you know? Like, you know, techno kicks and techno rumble is literally just that. It's literally dirt down there in the sub. So sometimes that can also be a good thing. Doesn't necessarily have to be taken out. That's from the room temperature cola. It's actually not room temperature this time. Well, it's probably by now. Well, it's still a bit cold, but I put it in the fridge before the stream. I'll be back in just a bit. One moment. Oh, I'll play it from here. Okay. I mean, it's getting somewhere. We just need to start setting some stuff up to automate here. So we got, this is big knob. Batch got a big knob. But it's not sounding yet how it should. Why not? Why are you? Zoom in on that boy. Come on. I like the weird sort of like, there's a really weird sort of like, almost like a click happening in the groove, and it kind of adds something to the whole thing. Am I the only one that's hearing it, or are you guys hearing it as well? There's a bit of disconnect between the intro and the drop. Yeah, sure, that's fine, but, you know, that's something for later. Just a matter of taking something from the drop and turning it into a sound for the intro. That's literally all that happened. For now, I think this is good for now. You can try more shakes in the drop. Yeah, sure, but for now I want to get the groove nicer first. The whole thing first, basically. Yeah, there's like a, well, not a click maybe, but like a pop or something like that in the groove. I think it's coming from this sound. Yeah. Those, after the actual hit itself, there's like another, and it adds a lot to the groove. It actually works in the groove with the drums. Maybe not every single one, but like some of them kind of work. I wish there was a way to save presets in this thing for the notes. But I guess we'll just record the MIDI real quick, so we have the MIDI of this one. Like that should be enough. It's basically roar that's creating all those weird little things. So we have the MIDI, so if we just chuck this here and then turn MD snake off, which automated it, so turn this off here, we should get the same thing. Yeah. See? So we can randomize this and get a different one. Also we can just, of course, go in here and do it ourselves. Now, because it's just generating MIDI, right, we can also just chuck a pitch device in here and pitch it up an octave. For some reason it doesn't play the first note every time it loops, but that's fine. That's just, I guess, a little bug in this thing. It's also pretty cool better than this. This one is kind of nice. Oh, I didn't know it could also do that. Okay. that's cool. Didn't know you could also do forward and backward. That opens up a whole bunch of different patterns. And then, oh, this is independent from that. That's cool. That's nice. Random? Oh, no, it's just picking random things. Huh, okay. But this is kind of nice, because then you have, like, you can set up a gated pattern here that's kind of like repeating every time. But then the notes are sort of like different in the first time it plays, and then the second time it loops, the notes are different because they're picking from the pattern going backwards instead of forwards. And then, of course, the spots will end up on different notes. That's really interesting. So what happens if we do... What is this shift thing? I mean, it's not doing anything, so... Not sure. That may be only working in chromatic. No. Also... Let's use the harmonic minor, because that one sounds kind of cool. Let's also get rid of this other one, because we don't really need it. This arpeggiator we don't need. So, what if we also apply some random velocity? Random. And then in here, I already set this to the velocity, so that should now already do something. Yeah, it is doing something. It's very subtle, but... Let's do that. Such a fucked sound. So I don't think this sound has much harmonics, to be honest. Like, if we take all of this off, and this is... Let's just get rid of that one, because we don't need it. Like, if we take all of this off, it's just... It's like a really quiet... Not sure if I replace something or... No, I think we're good. Yeah. So I was like, adding a filter in here doesn't really make much of a difference. But let's see, where does the first big harmonics come from? Not necessarily from that one. Okay, here. Yeah, I'm not really gonna fill pain in the air. Don't want to have 100% ODT, probably. That'll probably make it sound a bit warmer. Yeah, a lot. No, I'm not Blacktronics. I'm having fun with this one, so... I'm just exploring what I can do with this sound. So that's fun. Looking for some cool grooves with this. Oh. Less high bits and maybe low bits. Not that much low bits, I guess. That's the only annoying thing from this device. Setting up that range is a bit of a pain, but oh, we can also just use the arrows. Nice. Thinking about the pattern, I think this is nice. That kind of works. So now we just want to have some cool notes here. So by changing the pattern here, we get different patterns or different pitches. Let's move it back to forwards, just forwards. I want to see if I can get like that with that movement happening on it where it's just going up a bit. I kind of want to make that a bit better. So one of the things that I want to have is I want to have some more reverb, but I don't think we're going to use this one. Because that's just a very short reverb. We have a couple of reverbs in here actually. But let's just add another one. Why are my reverbs? Okay, whatever. Let's do a vintage verb. Add it here. See, stuff like that. Roar does so many weird things when you move around, just your selection in the track. It gets all these weird things that are happening when you do that. All these pops and shit like that. Kind of reminds me of Trash sometimes, which also did weird shit like that. But only when you stop the audio, then usually the decay tills would do these weird things. See, that's nice with some of that reverb. Maybe make it come in from there as well. We also have the note length here. Let's see. Not really gonna do much. I don't wanna have the full pattern in the intro. That's gonna be too much. So that's why I'm not doing anything like that yet. We'll come back to that here. I'll find like some cool pieces of whatever ends up in the drop, and then I'll just turn that into like some reverses and stuff that we can use so that it has that tone and it sort of like leads into the drop better. Because right now it's still a bit of a weird transition, but fine. You could use... Oh yeah, that's also possible. Definitely want to capture this pattern real quick as well, because it's quite a nice pattern. Maybe not the right one for this section, but I can always edit the MIDI as well. And actually we don't need that much because it's just the same pattern anyway. Just this is the pattern. That. Have that there. Check backwards. Oh wait, not the gate. Want the notes backwards. See if that sounds cooler. now let me record the MIDI so I can see. Yeah, see, so it's not the same. The pattern jumps as well. See? Because it's not doing the same thing. Okay, that's fine. So on this mode, it's kind of doing a bit of a weird thing. Oh wait, the speed is set to something. Oh no, I thought the N meant something different. We could do backwards as well. See what we get that way. Ooh. That's a really nice pattern too. Ooh, that's really nice, actually. So we have a bunch of patterns now already. This way we can just come up with a few different ones, and then we can just pick the best one. So like this one, see, that's also... One is that. Some extra note for some. Take that one as well. I don't wanna search for vocals, man. It's a pain in the ass to do during the stream. I like some of those bits at the end there. Those little extra fast bits. notes are quite interesting. Let's see what patterns we have. Yeah, just these last ones are a bit fucked, but if we just do that maybe and bring that up, it should put them in the right scale anyway. I like that last part. That's also an option. That's also what you can do with it, I guess. But let's see, if we do that, that. So many options. You kind of also need to think about what the pattern sounds like that. But let's see, forward, backwards. I wish there was a way to have longer patterns, but you cannot go longer than 16. I wish there was a way to do 32. That would be really nice. Like we can get that length if we go here to 8, but then, you know, it's gonna be slower as well. You don't get any 16 notes. This pattern is also pretty cool. Put it real quick. so let me just I can group that. Let's put this all, by the way. Yeah, I can record the MIDI. That's what I'm doing the entire time. So I've got like these different patterns here. If I just move those to this track. See, so those came from what we just had. And we can just grab one of these and like this MIDI here, we can just get rid of it because it's not doing anything anyway. Okay, so now we can just take one of these pieces, loop it, and we have the MIDI. So we can edit all the MIDI still. Weird farts. Oh fuck. Maybe I messed up the automation. Yeah, I did. Let's go back. Come on. Come on. Not gonna go back further than this? Fuck's sake. Really? Or is it moving that note? Ah yeah, it's still doing shit. There we go. There we go. Let's lock the automation. Dolls need MIDI note position automation. That could be cool. I mean, like having that would probably be a pain, but being able to automate the global amount of the groove, then you could do it. But I don't think we can do that. I love the weird fucking groove that it has. Even though it's still a very short piece, I love the weird groove that we're getting. And I need to piss like crazy. Or like time offset per note. Yeah, that would be cool. But you can do that. You can do that. You can hack that with MIDI devices, in fact. If you create... like, it would be a generative thing, though, that you would have to create. But you could create something like that with MIDI devices. Like, what you could do is you could have, like, one note that just gets triggered on the first beat, for instance. And then every time on the beat, it gets triggered. And then you can add a note echo to it. A note echo MIDI device that creates an echo of that note. And then you group that, so it's in a separate group. And then you put a delay, so a MIDI delay, basically, after that. And then make sure that you have basically the echo that it creates in like MIDI, basically, on a separate track, in a MIDI rack. And then you shift that one with a delay. It should be possible. And then you can do like pitch MIDI devices on that one to change the pitch of that second note. So you could do something weird like that and have like a knob that changes the swing amount. But it's not going to be as easy as like going into the MIDI and like, oh, well, just I want to have a different note here and just change the notes. No, you're going to have to do that with all the MIDI devices and do some weird shit. But you can definitely create weird things with that. I think I had a discussion with Virtual Riot about that because he was doing like using like, I think he had one of these videos where he was talking about the arpeggiator and the swing in that. Like, it would be so nice if Ableton's arpeggiator would not have the preset swing amounts, but just instead take on the swing of whatever groove that you select in your groove pool. That would be so fucking good. But it doesn't, you know, the arpeggiator just has like those couple of swing options, and that's basically it, right? You got straight, swing 8, swing 16, and swing 32, and there's no amount control whatsoever. That's kind of fucked. So it would be much better if there was maybe like a fifth option that just says groove. That would be so good. Just have like another groove option, and then it just uses the groove template that you have in your groove pool. That would be so fucking good. But FL Studio is a bit better in that regard. Yeah, it's a lot of these things are very a lot of these things are pretty interesting. But like the MIDI devices in Ableton are really powerful when you start understanding how you can combine them. Because you can do some pretty crazy stuff with that. Like I can show you that in just a bit, but I really need to take a fucking piss. So give me a moment. I'll be back in a minute or two. So, just as an example, let's take this sound as an example. So if I just duplicate this track real quick and just remove the MIDI, let me just add single note. Okay. That, and we'll say loop. Okay. So on this track, I'll remove this one because that makes it a bit easier to see. So we got all the processing. Let's turn it off, or let's close it down, and let's add a MIDI effect rack. So this is now creating one little low note on D sharp on the first beat. That's it. And I'm not sure if I like it there. Maybe we want it a bit higher. Let's do it there. So if I add a note echo device and I set the feedback to 0 and set this to mute, then now what it does, it creates an echo basically, and it mutes the dry signal. See? So we're now shifting that note. So we're shifting that note around that we've created. But if I add a dry chain in here, we will get that first hit back. See? So we can create a whole pattern using note echoes and then basically create something. So now we can say, we also have a pitch value here. So if we go up 12, so let's, I actually liked shifting this one as well. So let's just shift that one as well. And just, or let's not shift this one. We're just gonna mute this chain so that we could bring a step back on the first hit if we want. Yeah, 3 is definitely better. I like that position. Kinda cool. So let's add another note echo to this one. So if I now add another note echo here, set this to mute, no feedback, and group that, and create another chain. See, now we've created a hit after that one. And now we can start pitching this around. So we can use maybe we'll go up 12. And then we'll use another pitch device to change the semitones. Let's go the minor third. So if I now duplicate this one and I change the timing here to maybe 5 and then go down a semitone, or maybe choose 6. See, we can start creating a whole pattern out of these devices. Create another one. Maybe we'll duplicate this note echo device and say 8. And then let's go down to 0 again. See, so we can basically create a whole pattern using these things. And what else do we have in here that we could use? I mean, we kind of want to have more notes, I guess, in this thing. Let's just duplicate one of these. And 8. Let's go here. Maybe do 8 as well here. Kinda cool. Add a note echo. Mute. No feedback. Group that. Create a dry chain. And this one is set to +8, so if I bring this down to -1, then we get the 5th. And if we add one extra note in here, we get all kinds of other things. Like, I guess if we add a different pitch note. Let's see what happens. And then we might have to add a scale device. Make sure it stays in key. Harmonic minor. Add that after here. D sharp harmonic minor. Get all kinds of weird things. We also don't have any random velocity, so we could add a velocity device here. And just, let's make sure it's after this rack. So all these notes are given random velocity. Now there's one in here that has 2 echoes, and that's shifted to the second half. Yeah, this one. Probably want to get rid of one of these echoes. But you can create all these interesting patterns just by using note echo devices and pitch devices, and yeah, just get all these weird things. And it's really a lot of fun, because now you can just start muting one, or just be like, okay, what does it sound like if we shift this one to a different timing? Or you get what I mean, right? You can just keep trying different options. Or if you add like 2 notes in here, for instance. Then all the notes are going to be double. Basically, you get all these weird things. Now, if we want to have one back on the start, we can bring this one back. Maybe change the pitch. I don't know, maybe make this one go up 12. Let's turn it into a chord. Not sure if this patch actually does that, but yes, is that a chord? I guess it is. See, so you can just add like all kinds of stuff here, and remember, this just is still a single note. There's so many things you can do with this. I love using these kind of things to get all kinds of weird shit. Happens if we now add this one. I'm gonna try something out. It's such a weird device. Forgot how it works, but create walls and then how did we change the length? I love using these weird devices for like creating weird shit. I think you can record the MIDI of this as well. Did we try that to see if that actually works? Can you record the MIDI of that? That would be sick. I think you can. Select input track 19. And just, yeah, post effect should be good. Yeah. So you can record all of that as well. You get all these weird things. That device is called Bouncy Notes, by the way. Kind of an interesting one as well. But it's also really random, so not really easy to work with, but it can be fun. But this whole technique with like having like a MIDI effect rack and basically all of this stuff in front of here is just, it's only thing it's doing is creating extra MIDI notes and just changing the pitches of the notes. Some reason one note was gone, but not sure why that was. And if we now shift this one note to a different place, the whole groove will feel different. It will, because it will fall in a different spot. So, some pretty cool things you can do with this. But we had one already. We already had a pretty cool pattern. It's just another way of coming up with things. Like, you don't need that MDD snake device to come up with random shit. It just makes things easier, basically. But like, that whole thing that I just showed you is basically doing what that MDD snake does, but then you do it manually, basically. I kind of like it when we have a shorter pattern that just loops every bar or every 2 bars. I kind of like that. And then just changing the loop every once in a while, so that, like what I did here, like, it's just the same every time here, except for this last one. This last one is slightly different. Do you get that? Instead of going down, it goes up. And that way you just add that little bit of variation to make that pattern not feel too boring. And it might need a little bit more, but you get what I mean. That's kind of, I kind of like this because it gives me a bit more of a consistency, you know, throughout. It's nice doing what you said, because you then get like a bit of a polyrhythm kind of thing, which is also cool. Or polymeter, no, polyrhythm, I think. But this is a bit easier to work with. Let me save, because I don't like how long it just lagged for. Let's clean this up a bit. Don't need this. I mean, we don't really need this thing anymore at the moment. That's just that resampled stuff that we had earlier, because we kind of have... we remade it. Damn, I can't speak. So we don't really need this. And we don't really need this either, because we're not really using that anymore. I mean, it's still here, I guess. Let's leave that in for now. Maybe I want to use it later. So let's just keep this in here. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to get manual with the heads. I have a feeling, yeah. I was thinking maybe I can get away with just a quick shuffle loop, but I think this one needs a more hands down approach. I like that little gap in there. That's kind of nice. So let's do that. Is there automation on here? Yes, but that's already there as well, so that's good. Just grab that. Okay, this. That. And then I guess we'll just copy this. What the fuck? Yeah, this one needs a weird hi-hat pattern, I think. But kinda, I think I'm gonna have to do it separate from this hat thing. Yeah, that's just this layer, but I think it's because of the roar instances of roar that it's doing that. But it's kind of cool. It happens every time. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of hat pattern this wants. It's a bit of a weird, groove. I mean, I don't mind that. I think we can get away with just a 4 on the floor hat in this first section. Maybe just a little extra hit on the first beat, just to kind of emphasize that. Yeah, this is tough. This section kind of sounds cool. There. That kind of works. We let me also set this to gate, by the way, and copy that to all the siblings, because then we can, like that one for instance, which is pretty long, we can shorten this, and then we get a shorter hat. Yeah, but I don't know. I know we can get, for instance, here, but give me something really close. Yeah, it's weird. That's better. Yeah, it's weird. I don't like it with that. So let's just move back to what we had. I have to get something completely different. I know you keep talking about the last note and the reverb, but I actually like it. So just, it's gonna stay how it is now. I like it. Yeah, see, I don't like it when those extra heads come in, so I'm just gonna use our 4 to the floor pattern. We'll see what other heads we can add later. So I want to check real quick this one. +3. It would be the minor third. Be cool. Kinda cool for the snare. Bit more, comes a bit more through the mix when it's a bit higher. It's now, for some reason, it's hitting on a minor third, actually, of the whole scale of the track, which is kind of cool as well. But I think the snare could be a little bit more interesting. So, well, that kind of works. We can use a delay here. If we put the delay here and then unsync it, no feedback, then we can use this to kind of offset this sound from the other snare. It comes in a little later. Let's just leave it for now. Let's go and use, YR, where is, oh yeah. Let's grab an addictive drums. Grab one. Now these are really resonant as well, so... But... I'm not sure what the extra heads wanna do. I don't want to get too crazy, to be honest. Maybe just layering a couple of heads will work, but I don't want to get too crazy, I think. Because the main groove is already so fucking weird, you know? So... adding a lot of heads is just gonna clutter everything. Because the groove already is pretty... messy. Right? It's not really a typical kind of groove. It's a pretty weird groove. Maybe if I resample this sound, like at some point, just resample that one, so that I can see where all those hits are falling, and then just align the heads to that. That might work, but I don't really know how else I would do it. But definitely a bit more noise on the heads here could work, especially. So, like what this one is doing, but it's a bit resonant. So, I'll just add booth. That fills it up pretty nicely, actually, so... Also try maybe having a quieter one here, so that we get more of a groove like that. Just... That just adds a bit of noise to this pretty simple head. It just makes it sound more like that, which is just a bit more interesting. Yeah, snare needs a bit of extra something. I mean, I can show you really quickly, or try, while I show you. Let's see if we can create a resonance. An interesting one. Grab a serum. And if we use... let me solo this. Okay, so we just get that. Not really what we want. Okay. Let's make it mono. Sure. Use another one. And FMU with this one. We're also gonna give you voices. Couldn't we also just do that with sine wave? Yeah. You can create really weird things by just using weird pitches here. Maybe we'll go up. The higher you go, the weirder it gets. Also good for making cymbals, by the way. Because if you go up, at some point it just becomes noise. But like noise with And right now it's mono, but if we up this, then some stereo. And it's all about tweaking these, and at some point you'll find a position, find a position where it becomes almost like a ride. I'll probably do this. I forgot what the combination was. But that's basically how a ride is synthesized, using FM with two sine waves that have a lot of detuning and unison, and then just see. And I guess also maybe the phase matters. Not sure if the phase matters, but there's all basically you just tweak this and this. And you can get like like tones. But also resonance. And then if we start, oh, maybe we'll do this with a comb filter. Ooh. See? You can get all kinds of weird shit. Now this is pretty wide. Let's just make it mono. And let's lock the phase of these. Now it should be the same every time. Yeah. These you can get some pretty weird layers for your snares. Now, this is not really in a key, honestly. Changing the pitches just changes the tone. Maybe we can add some filtering. Get some of the higher ones off. You get pretty weird with it. Weird shit. Now it's kind of fucked. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not this. But that's kind of how you would create resonance, and it's just a lot of messing about until you get something that sounds good. I'm not sure if I saved presets for... Oh. I have. No. No. Did not save presets for the synthesized symbols. But there's other ways how we can do an extra layer. We don't need to do resonance like that. Like we can also just grab some kind of a sample or an addictive drums. That's also an option. Add an addictive drums in here. Then let's grab a MIDI device, MIDI pitch device. And we just need to tell it what note we want it to be. Gonna be, was it D1? That gonna trigger a snare? No. Then we wanna have D2 probably. Yo. Why you're not? Oh yeah, maybe this wants to be 1. That is doing something, and then D1 probably. Huh? Why are you not doing anything? Oh, I know. We need to do hold. Now it's hitting the hi-hat. There we go. We can just grab something here and then just use like this, but because we already have a really high pitch snare, we're not really gonna be able to get something that's high enough in terms of the resonance. Like that kind of works, but I can see in the spectrogram at the top that there's actually pieces of resonance below our fundamental of our snare. But it kind of works. So what I would usually do is just leave it maybe a bit lower and just take a really sharp EQ. So let's use a Pro Q. We can see where the fundamental is, right? Right there. Make a point here. Let's do a low cut. And we're gonna make you maybe not brick wall, but pretty close to it. Might even take that one off as well. And then you can take a shifter, a frequency shifter. And you can start shifting it around. You can take like this and start putting it in all kinds of spots, which is kind of cool. Now one thing that might be cool is going up to 12 here, because it did sound kind of cool. And then we need to adjust this again. So I actually like that resonance in this for some reason. Even though it's below our fundamental. But let's leave it in there, and then Now the fundamental of that acoustic snare just becomes a resonance, and it's not really the same as the fundamental of our own snare that we made, but it's just a higher frequency. Analyze around here. And we can go back in here. This maybe. Does shifter not turn the phase? No, not when you have the dry wet at 100%. Then it's just a frequency shifter. So it's just shifting the frequencies up. That's literally all it's doing. Like if you have this at like anywhere in between, it will do all kinds of weird phasing. Because you get two different things, but like just using it at 100%, it's actually pretty helpful for doing drums. We can also maybe bring the fundamental down. Also work. Bringing the fundamental down, then we have a bit more range. But, you know, it's whatever you want. I kind of like the high snare because it worked with the drop that we had. It's just that the extra layer is a bit weird. But we can try out a different snare. And this one is also pretty wide, by the way, so what a good thing to do is just this, so that it's a bit more mono. This thing. Just that this one, all these other snares are much lower than the one that I had at the first. The first one is like a really tiny snare, so it's already higher. These are all bigger, so then we're gonna have to pitch this up a lot more. And it might be smart to do a bit of very subtle sidechain. This layer. And there's something the pitch of it you want to do in the when you're listening to the whole groove. Otherwise, it's not gonna make much sense. And if like you run out of range, like I'm kind of getting here, we can always do 400 hertz here, and then bring this back to 0. I mean, it kind of works as an extra layer. Very subtle, but in the mix, but it does kind of work. 1:30 a.m. So I do think I'm gonna stop streaming soon. Don't you use dynamic equalization? Sometimes I do, yeah. When I think I need it. The only thing is with drums, I don't often use it with drums because drums are such quick sounds that I just don't trust EQs to respond quickly enough a lot of times. Especially when you have a pretty busy pattern, it can get, a bit annoying because sometimes it might, when there's like 2 snares hitting right after each other, for instance, and you have like, I don't know, maybe there's a dynamic EQ boosting the high end when the snare hits, then the second one sounds louder than the first one or something because it's not going all the way back to 0 and it triggers again and it does all these weird shit. So at that point I would probably just use something else. But yeah, it can definitely work. Sometimes it helps. Actually push it pretty loud. I'm just checking if how loud I can push it. That's getting a bit much. Damn. Oh yeah, that low end is cut off there. So I was like, there's a lot of low end, but that's already being cut off. Maybe it wants a high pass, honestly. It already has a high pass, but I'm not gonna automate that one. What if we switch to a completely different section? Yeah, something weird. Cool, something different in second half could be nice as well. We have a couple of different ones. Bit small though. And then here we want some extra shakers coming in. Sure, really matter. I mean, this fucking goes though. Wasn't there a high pass somewhere on the bass? Or did this bass not have a high pass yet? I don't think it has. This bass definitely wants a high pass. Somewhere. Every once in a while. Probably here. That what it was? Not sure if it wants a high pass. Oh, that could also be cool. Doing something weird like that. Maybe not as high, but... Yeah, that could be cool. So somewhere here. Whoa. then here, we can probably that. I mean, it's kind of cool, but maybe we just want to do another thing like this, or we do that here. It's kind of weird. But it also kind of works. Don't like it that much though. Like that more here. Okay, I have one more idea right now I want to try. Let's save. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. I really like the weirdness of the drop. I just need to figure out like the thing that I'll take from here. Probably a piece of this thing, honestly. That I'll just reverb out a lot and just turn into atmosphere for the intro, because then it'll probably work pretty well as like making that transition. Like that sound is basically the tone of the drop, right? So if I just take a piece of that and just put a really long reverb on it and just turn that into like some atmosphere sweeps, then I can use that in the intro. That should do the job. But I wanted to try something out, and I kind of forgot now. Oh yeah, I remember. I wanted to see what happens if we change the pitch of this bass in like maybe the last section here, so that we get a bit of a transition. Let's maybe this. What if we go to E sharp? Kind of what the thing in the intro was also doing. Those notes. Yeah, totally. Maybe not here, maybe here. Let's see. Yeah, we can definitely change notes somewhere, but maybe not there yet. Something like that. Maybe we can bring this one down. That's really low. That also works. I mean, the whole thing is pretty messy in the sub. Like, this whole thing is really messy in the sub. Which is also something I'm a little bit concerned about. But I'll see if I can clean it up. Like, this kind of cleans it up a bit. You take these out. And the sub is a bit cleaner. But there's still plenty of weird shit happening in the sub. But it's kind of alright. I can actually see it happening as well. When I bring this one down, the sub is more consistent. And when I bring this up, I can see that the sub is going up and down because there's another sort of like frequency. So like doing some. I don't think the sub is wide at all. It'd be pretty mono, the sub. See? There's not really any sub in the sides. It's just that top thing, that more lead melody kind of thing that sits in the sides. A little bit of the bass, maybe a little bit of the mid frequencies, but it actually sounds pretty good in mono too. I hadn't really listened to that sound much in mono, but it actually sounds pretty good in mono too. This is mono. For some reason in mono it still kind of sounds a bit wide. It's not, but like the sound itself, it kind of still has the impression as if there's width, even though there's no width. Whereas sometimes if you sum it to mono, it just collapses on itself. It still sounds pretty. It sounds pretty similar in mono and stereo, so that's pretty good. It is. Anyways, I'm going to stop streaming because I'm wearing a pair of shorts and I can feel that a mosquito is fucking destroying my leg at the moment. So, thanks for being here. We had a lot of fun. We made a really weird groove today, but I kind of like it. So, I'm gonna see if I can make this better in the upcoming days, and figure out the intro. But yeah, this is kind of nice, kind of an interesting groove. So, thanks for being here. If you wanna be a member of my Discord, then use this link. And if you want to support me and get samples and other things, presets, wavetables, racks, what else do we have? I don't know, we've got so many things on the Patreon. Check out the Patreon. The next pack that I'm going to be dropping is a pack with wavetables. I've been making a bunch of new wavetables, and I will drop that as the next pack most likely. So stay tuned for that. I'll be back next week around 8:30 Amsterdam time. So check what it is for you. Usually 8:30, 8:45, somewhere around there. I'll see what we'll work on next week. But if I can keep coming up with weird grooves like this, then I'm definitely making progress with sound design. Like the whole goal for me was to basically, well, I said it a couple of weeks ago, I think, the first time we did it, where I said I'm gonna just make drop ideas the coming weeks, and I can kind of already see, if I compare the first few with the last few that I made, that the drop ideas are getting better and more complex, right? Or at least the sound design is getting more complex, and that's exactly the goal that I had with this as well. That was kind of the purpose why I wanted to do that. Is just make drop ideas every time that I do something, just for the coming weeks, so that I can, you know, get better at it. And I can now kind of see as well that there is an improvement, so that's good. Damn, this mosquito is really destroying my leg. Fucking hell. I need to stop streaming, guys. Thanks. I'll be in the Discord, so if you are there, I will be there. If you have any questions, drop them in the Discord, and or if you just want to have a chat, that's fine too. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you all again next week. Peace. Damn, the intro is loud.